The International Criminal Court is now in session. Audiencia del Corpo Penal International, 8 of word. Please be seated. Waive was sworn.
Thank you very much. Court officer of the case, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Republic of Kenya in the case of the prosecutor against William Samuel Ruto and Joshua Rapsang. ICC 0109-0111. We are in an open session.
Thank you. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honours. For the prosecution, there is one change. Melissa Sims, trial lawyer, comes in for Alicia Zago. Otherwise the same. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honours. The victims participating in this case are represented today by myself, Orson Arenstig, and my colleague, James Mayweather. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honours. Mr. Sang's team remains the same. Dr. Carol Buisman will join us shortly.
The Ruto defence team are the same, with the absence today of Mr. Khan.
Thank you. And in Nairobi, by video link, Counsel.
Yes, good morning, Your Honours. Mr. Juguna still appearing for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Njuguna. Last evening, after the adjournment for the day, we received information from the registry that the witness requested again to be able to testify in Kiswahili. Is that the case?
Yes, those are the instructions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel, the last time the matter was addressed, counsel were given opportunity to express a view. Prosecutor.
Good morning, Your Honors. Same views as yesterday. I noticed that from the different statements that the witness gave to the prosecution and the prosecution's interactions with the witness has been fully able to express himself in English at all times. Even during a later and subsequent 55-2 interview as well, there was an interpreter on hand, but once again, this should cause absolutely no prejudice to the witness. Should he feel any difficulty in expressing any idea, any thought, there's an interpreter on hand and we can resort to that interpreter. But for the moment, what I noticed that he's been able to understand all of my questions and he responds to all of my questions. So I believe that the witness should continue in English. It'll be easier for us and be far more efficient for the court.
Mr. President, may I suggest on my part that the questions to the witness can be made in English and he can respond in Kiswahili, and then his response can be translated to the court. That way we probably would be more efficient. I seem to take the view that the witness understands English and probably has difficulty merely in expressing himself in response to the questions put to him. Yeah, that's what I suggest, Mr. President.
Mr. Upa?
Well, I'd submit that the witness's request should prevail. It's a repeated request. Considering Mr. Catler's suggestion, the only problem with that is I should think a bilingual conversation poses its own burdens, and it would probably be better for the witness to as it were, live in Swahili, questions and answers.
Mr. Kiginkato's suggestion is if the witness hears English directly, so that cuts out interpreting the question into Swahili, feeding it to the witness, and then the witness answering in Swahili. But if he hears English directly, so that it's more efficient that way, and he answers in Swahili, that should be fine, isn't it? The point.
Well, I've nothing to add. Maybe it would be a good course to ask the witness whether that's a useful suggestion, or whether he'd prefer, as it were, to live in the moment in Swahili.
And also, I think I should also seek the views of interpreters as whether this sort of arrangement may cause some difficulties. Can it work?
From the English booth, Your Honor, everything that is said in the courtroom is already being translated into Swahili, and we are able to interpret from Swahili back to English.
The point is, if I'm trying to understand your response, do we see awkwardness in your work if the witness hears the question in English? I don't know how that might work out.
From the English booth, Your Honor, we have absolutely no problem with that. The only thing is that the witness should make sure to observe the pause, otherwise there will be overlapping, because we would still be interpreting into Swahili by the time he may start responding.
Right. Witness, back to you on that. The proposal by Mr. Kiginkatwa is that you listen to the question in English, but you can answer in Swahili. Is that something that could work for you?
Yeah, it can work, Your Honor.
All right. In that case, since this is a repeated request by the witness, we should try and accommodate that request in hopes of alleviating unnecessary stress to the witness, if this is something that has bothered him so much as to repeat that request. So let's try this new arrangement. The question will be asked to the witness. Witness would listen to the question in English, but he may respond in Swahili. If you could also respond in English, it might cause more complications, but if it is more efficient for you from time to time to respond in English, we can see if we can also do that, assuming that's not a problem. So let's work on that basis. Witness, the interpreter's request, and I also direct you accordingly to observe the 5 seconds pause. It is important that you do that. You wait for the prosecutor to finish the question, pause for 5 seconds, count to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in your mind, and then you start answering your question. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. With that out of the way, let's begin. And by the way, I forgot to remind you yesterday, and I do so today, and that continues to be the case, even if I don't remember to tell you again. You are still bound by the subpoena that was served on you. You remain bound by that subpoena until you've completed your testimony and the chamber has discharged you from your testimony. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia.
Morning, Mr. Witness.
Morning to you.
Your Honors, yesterday I noticed that we did leave off. I think we were in private session. I'm going to aim at continuing in public session for about 5-10 minutes, but I might have to go back into private session at one point.
Fair enough.
Now, Mr. Witness, yesterday, just to remind you when we left off, you had stated that the statement, 17-page statement that I was speaking about, that you had given to the OTP, was not from you, that it was from the OTP. And you also said that you had found the statement already there with the OTP. Do you remember having said that yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you some questions regarding how you would have found this statement there with the OTP. And I just want to remind you that we're in public session, so I don't want you to mention the location or the place where you gave the statement or people's names for the moment. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I understand you met members of the OTP to give this statement. Can you explain to us what happened exactly?
The moment I met the OTP for the first time, they gave me the statements that were already made and told me that I should also write them in my hand to look that they are from me.
Now, Mr. Witness, just so we can be clear on this matter, when you say that the moment I met the OTP for the first time, are you referring to your meeting with the OTP in the month of November 2012?
I meant when I met the OTP during that time of writing the statement.
Yes, I understand that, but was that in November 2012 from your recollection today?
I can't exactly remember.
I'd ask to go in private session. 5 minutes, Your Honor.
Private session.
We are in open session, Mr. President.
So, Mr. Witness, we're back in public session. When you first met the members of the OTP on the date they met you for the statement, what happened exactly?
As I met them, they first introduced themselves to me. Then, because it was late in the evening, I had to sleep there. The following morning is when I was given the document to read, and also told that you are supposed to write with your own hands so that I own it to be mine.
So on that second day, did you indeed take the time to read the statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how much time did that take?
It took about 2 hours to read.
And what did you do after reading the statement for 2 hours?
Some of the statement that I was given, I rejected them, and there are some which I accepted, which is already now written in my assigned in my document.
Can you be a little bit more clear on that, Mr. Witness? You say that some of the statement that I was given, I rejected them. What do you mean by that?
The statements that I was given were more than what I have already wrote, but I had to reject others because they could not match with what they want from my region.
Well, how many statements were you given?
I was given 2 statements.
Do you remember how many pages each statement had?
I can't exactly remember.
So you were given 2 statements, and you said that you rejected statement. What exactly do you mean by that?
I say that I was given 2 statements, and I had to reject another one because it was not matching with the region I come from.
Okay. Are we to understand that you rejected one of the statements, one of the 2 statements that you're speaking about?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when you say it didn't match, what exactly was the problem with that other statement, according to your version?
Before we go on, what's happened to the Kiswahili? Is he?
It's all right. He was given the freedom to speak in Kiswahili when he feels it's easier for him, but he can also speak in English.
All right, so it's not as fast. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Witness, the question I ask you is what exactly was the problem with the other statement? You say that it didn't match.
Your Honor, repeat the question.
You told the court, Mr. Witness, that one of the statements you rejected it because the information didn't match. Can you explain that to us?
Because I rejected one because the locations mentioned was not matching with the location I'm coming from.
All right, so let's go back to the statement that was remaining. You said that you took 2 hours to read it. What did you do afterwards?
After reading the statement, I had to modify that statement to suit the investigators the way they want.
All right, just so I can understand you correctly, you said that you had to modify the statement. What exactly did you modify?
What I modified is to give my details, personal details, like name, my location, my age, my marital status, my administrative persons. Those are some of the things I changed in the statement.
Mr. Garcia, can you look at page 9, around lines 18 to 22? There's a lot of things there that need to be explored, isn't there?
Indeed, Your Honor, I'm coming on that.
The reason I say that is so we're fair to the witness. It's out of fairness to him that needs to happen.
And, Your Honors, I can assure you that I will return on that portion. Now, Mr. Witness, you say that you modified certain things in the statement. At the time, were you given just so we can understand, was it a typewritten statement or was it a statement that was handwritten?
The one I was given was one typed and another one handwritten.
All right. And just so that we can be clear on the matter, which one of these two did you reject, the handwritten one or the typewritten one?
I rejected.
Okay. Sorry to move in. Let me do this, if you don't mind. Witness, you said the first time you met the prosecutors, it was in the evening, and you slept there. And the following morning, you were given a document to read, and also told that you were supposed to write with your own hands, so that you would own it to be yours. What I want to find out from you now is, that evening when you first met the prosecutors, how long did you spend with them?
In the evening, the person who came to collect me took me to the location, and we never stayed with them for so long.
But how long? Can you approximately indicate how long you stayed with them?
I was only taken to the room where I was to sleep.
Did you have any discussion with them?
No.
Thank you. Let's see.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'd just like to clear up the matter regarding this handwritten statement and the typewritten statement. Now, just to get the answer on record, which one of the statements, I understand that you got two statements, one typewritten, one handwritten. Which one was the statement that you rejected initially?
The statement I rejected was the handwritten.
Now, the handwriting on this second statement, were you able to recognize it?
No, I could not recognize the handwriting.
So you're left with one statement, a typewritten statement, and you took, am I correct in stating that for the record you say that you took 2 hours to read it? Is that it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what did you do after taking these 2 hours to read this typewritten statement?
I had to indicate my details to the statement.
When you're speaking about details, are we speaking about personal details?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what about events that occurred in your region during the post-election violence, Mr. Witness? What about those events? Did you put any of those events in the statement?
Repeat your question, Your Honor.
I'm speaking about meetings, rallies, things that would have occurred in your region during the post-election violence. Did you put some of that information in the statement, in the typewritten statement?
I'm still not getting you properly.
I'd ask the court officer to please put to the witness, to show the witness document KenOTP 00840236, and it's tab, I think it's tab 7 in the binders.
Mr. Garcia, the document is presented to the witness.
Now you see before you a document, Mr. Witness. Do you see that? It's the front page you're seeing of a witness statement.
Yes, Your Honor, I see.
Now, if you look at the bottom of the page, it says signatures. Am I correct in stating that your signature appears there?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd like the court officer to show to the witness 00840252. It's the last page, page 17 of the statement.
Page 0252 is presented to the witness.
Mr. Witness, do you see the last page before you? Am I correct in stating that that's your signature that we see on that page?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it says, just for the record, it says, this statement has been read over to me in English language, and it is true to the best of my knowledge and recollection. I have given this statement voluntarily, and I'm aware that it may be used in legal proceedings before the International Criminal Court, and that I may be called to give evidence in public before the International Criminal Court. You remember having read this before you signed it?
I read it, Your Honor, but I was told it is not a difficult task for me to sign it because they'll sort it out.
And just for the record, Mr. Witness, you signed, we can remove the document from in front of the witness, but just so we can understand your testimony, did you sign this document on the second day that you met with the prosecution?
believe it was the second day signing the statement.
So, if I just go back through your account, you arrive in the evening, you met with them briefly, the next day you meet once again, you're presented two statements, one handwritten, one typewritten, you reject the handwritten one, you don't recognize the handwriting, and then you read over this typewritten statement and you signed it. Is that your version?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what did you do after you signed the statement?
I was told also to give some background of my activities in wherever the place I stay.
Okay. Was this after having read and signed the statement, or is this before you signed the statement?
That was before I signed the statements.
All right. So from what I understand, you were told to modify with some personal information, and you were also told to give some background of your activities. What does that mean? What background of your activities? What are we speaking about? Can you speak about that in public, or maybe we can go in private, Your Honor?
Private session.
Since the statement
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Now, you said, Mr. Witness, that you spoke lengthily about the statements. What did you speak about exactly?
What I'm saying is that the last time I met person number 2, we talked with her lengthily about the calling of investigators, how they will call me, also about the statements that will be there for me to sign, and also I had to ask what will be given to me in return. So those are the areas we were talking about.
All right, let's just go through them one by one. You said that you talked with her lengthily. And just before I get into that, did you, when you spoke to her in the month of August 2012, was that a meeting? Did you meet her physically, or were you just speaking to her through phone or through other means?
I met her personally, physically, in a certain location.
Thank you. Now, when you say that you were speaking lengthily about investigators, what exactly, about the calling of investigators, what was said during that point?
Since she had told me that there are some people who will call you, even before we met for this meeting with her, then she was trying to tell me that whenever you are called by the investigators, you don't hesitate and don't refuse to cooperate with them. So that is why we talked much about the investigators and probably the location that they might need me to meet them.
Anything else? Did you discuss anything else with person number 2 about the investigators? About the calling of the investigators?
The only thing we discussed about the investigators is that she told me there will be statements for you to sign.
All right. And by statements, you understand, or I understand as well, written statements? Is that what we're supposed to understand by that?
The statement she told me is already the written statement.
Did she tell you anything else about the statement?
No, Your Honor.
Did she tell you anything else about investigators calling you?
As we were talking with her, I also asked her what will be given to me in return. That is where we majorly talked about, because as poor as I am, I would like to be also in a very good position, at least to be rich, and that is what she promised me, that everything you need, everything will be offered to you.
Now, during this discussion you had with her, did she tell you anything else, be it about the investigation, about the statement taking, anything else?
She also mentioned that some of the witnesses have been doing what she was telling me to do, though she never mentioned any of the witnesses.
Anything else that person number 2 would have told you about the statement or their content or the content of the statement?
She never talked about the content of the statement, but she told me the statement is already written. You will go, you will be given, you read it and sign it.
Now, Mr. Witness, during your discussion, your conversation with person number 2, did she tell you that she had given a statement to the OTP?
We did not discuss about her giving out or writing a statement to the OTP.
So from what I understand, this is the totality of what was discussed between you and person number 2 in the month of August 2012 before meeting the prosecution, the OTP actually, in the month of November 2012. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
And when did you speak to her next, after August 2012?
I also met her before I traveled to the location I was told to go. Few days as I was preparing for my passport. So we talked with her also at that time.
Can you tell us in what month and year this would have occurred?
That was around December. It was around December, though I can't remember fully.
Are we speaking about December 2012?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you didn't speak with this person number 2 from August 2012 to December 2012, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, just a couple of minutes ago when you were speaking about your interaction with this person, I just want to clear this up. You say at page 22, lines 7 to 13, after I was called by the investigators and given the document, I had to make a call to her and ask her whether there was a problem in that statement. But she had already confirmed to me that the statement that you are going to get, don't worry about it, that is what I also did. And from there we just sign it and make it formal to fit you so that it can be presented in the court for prosecution. So you say you had to make a call to her. Can you explain that to us?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, did you speak to her on the day that you received the statement, according to your version, from the OTP, or did you not?
I did not understand the question.
Did you speak to person number 2 on the day or during the days that you met the OTP for the interview to take the statement, the 17-page statement?
It was only that call that I made.
No, I understand that. So I just want to get now your version correct. So before I asked you if you had spoken, and it seemed to me on the record that you hadn't spoken with person number 2 from the month of August 2012 to December 2012. Now, from what I understand of what you're saying, you spoke with her in November 2012 when the OTP met you and gave you the statement. Is that what you're saying now?
Your Honor, I'm not getting your answer still.
All right. I'll bring you back to it. Page 22, line 7, you said, after I was called by the investigators and given the document, I had to make a call to her and ask her whether there was a problem in that statement. That's what you told the court. Now,
yes, Your Honor.
Did you or did you not speak to person number 2 while you were with the OTP in the month of November 2012? That's my question.
May I pardon, Your Honor? I don't understand what you are asking.
It's a simple question, Mr. Witness. I'll read to you exactly what you told us just a couple of minutes ago.
Mr. Garcia, weren't you taken back to that part of the testimony and have him retell the story? And then you start your question, follow-up question from there. You're repeatedly giving him the block of information that's on the transcript, and he's telling you he doesn't follow. Just let him know. Take him back to the point and ask him to give the information again, and you take it from there.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'm just going to actually try and situate you better, so maybe if you've forgotten, we can get this cleared up. Page 22, line 5, I asked you a question. And I was asking you, I said, now is this all that this person number 2 told you about the investigators and being called? Line number 7, your answer is, after I was, and you say, I was called by the investigators and given the document, I had to make a call to her and ask her whether there was a problem in that statement. But she had already confirmed to me what the statement that you are going to get. Don't worry about it. That is what I also did. And from there we can just sign it and make it formal to fit you so that it can be presented in the court for prosecution. Do you remember having said that this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Now, can you what are you trying to tell the court there, please, witness? What are you saying happened?
As I met the person, as I said earlier, we talked in a location for a length of time about the investigators and how they will also give me in return of what I'll sign for them.
I understood that part, Mr. Witness, and thank you for that clarification. I just want to know, because it seems to me when I read this, you say that when you received the document, the statement from the OTP, you had to make a call to her and ask her whether there was a problem in the statement. Did that happen? Did you make a phone call or speak to person number 2 when the prosecution gave you the statement in the month of November 2012? That's simply my question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, when did you make a call to person number 2? Was this on the first day that you arrived, the second day? When was it?
I made the call the second day.
And where were you when you made this call?
I was still in the location where we were to meet with the investigators, but I had been given a break to go at least outside where the sun was, and then I had to make a call.
Well, so you made a call to person number 2, but why were you calling person number 2 at that point?
I was calling person number 2 to confirm that what she told me about the statement is with me there, and if anything, she's the one to guide me whether to sign it, as she had said, or to reject it. Then she told me, just sign it, and then you will be given what they will promise you.
So now if I understand what you're telling us, you read the statement on the second day, and then before signing it, you actually had a conversation with person number 2. Is that it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And from what I understand of your testimony, you felt that you needed her to give you the okay or the green light, so to speak.
Yes, Your Honor.
And why is that?
Because in the previous time as we were talking with her, I was not sure of what she was saying, whether it is true or false. But on that day, I had to confirm to her that what she told me is true, and now it is time for me to sign it.
Now, after you had this conversation with person number 2, did you go back inside to meet the investigator and the lawyer?
That is when I went back to meet them.
And what did you do then?
That was the time I was given that document to sign.
So you didn't have the document with you when you went outside, according to your version?
No, I never went outside with the document.
And did you finally sign this document on that second day?
Though I cannot remember whether it was the second day or the third day, but I signed the document.
All right, so let's clear that up. You had a conversation with person number 2. You went back and signed inside. What did you do for the remainder of the day?
I was left seated in that room as they were taking other activities.
So on that second day, you spent time in the room with them while the investigator and the attorney were doing other activities? How much time did you spend with them like that?
It was about 1 hour before I was taken back to my hotel.
Before you were taken back to your hotel, did you have a chance to sign your statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you signed it on that second day?
That is where I'm not very sure whether it was on second day or third day.
And that's the reason why, Mr. Witness, I was asking you about what you were doing for the rest of the day. And maybe you can help us with this, but if the statement was already prepared for you, and all you had to do was sign it, why didn't you just sign it there on the second day? Why is there a doubt in your mind as to whether it occurred the second or the third day? Can you help us with that?
I believe it was on the second day because on the third day we never did anything with them.
Well, what did you do on the third day?
That was the time I was given my allowances and I had to travel back home.
Now, Mr. Witness, according to the statement I have here in front of me, it says that that the date and time of the interview was from the 8th to the 11th. It lasted approximately 4 days in 2012. Is that correct? 4 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
So not 3 days or 2, but 4 days. I'd asked the court officer to show the witness document 00840236. Cover page, please. Mr. Witness, look at the document that you have before you on the screen.
Mr. Garcia, the document is presented to the witness.
Now look at the bottom, Mr. Witness, where it says signatures. You've confirmed before that that was your signature, and the date on it is the 11th. I'm not going to mention the month, but of 2012. The start, and you look at a little bit up above, the date and the times of the interview is 8th to the 11th. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
If you signed the statement on the second day, that would have been the 9th of November. The date here is the 11th of November. Can you explain that to us?
That's why I told you that I've forgotten the time I signed the document, whether it was the second day or the third day. In fact, I was also not aware that I stayed for 4 days.
And that's why, Mr. Witness, I was asking you, what on earth were you doing for so many other days, for 2.5 days, if you had already signed, according to your story, you said you signed your document on the second day after reading it for 2 hours. We're here the 11th. It's 4 days later.
Let's watch our language, please. Let's keep it straight.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we, court officer, can we also show the witness on that same document, 00840236 at 0252, please?
Page 0252 is presented to the witness.
Just as that happens, my understanding is that the witness hasn't got a paper copy available to him, and it's just individual pages that are being placed on the screen. It's my understanding, and looking at what he's looking at, it looks like he's looking at a screen. Is there a paper statement for him to look at? And if not, why not? He's not my witness, but it's a marked disadvantage, particularly for this witness, I suspect, not to have the document in his hands so he can see it.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, you will continue, keeping in mind what are observations that have been made on the record. Then you need to be measured in terms of pace when you are showing the statement to the witness. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I will do so. Thank you.
Just before my friend kicks off again, is it possible for the prosecution to give some indication as to how long they're likely to be with this witness?
In fact, I was coming to that. Thank you for reminding me. I wanted to ask that question too.
Well, Your Honors, it's a bit difficult to state at this specific moment. I'll be able to give a more precise estimation at the end of this session. Obviously the witness has made important allegations. I need to go through those allegations, and Chambers noticed that going through this type of allegations takes a certain time. I have to go through the statement, obviously. Defense has complained on the last occasion that we didn't go thoroughly through the statement, so I intend to go through that and see exactly, separate what is accurate to what is inaccurate. That will take a certain amount of time, and then I might make a certain application depending on how the witness testifies.
That's all right, Mr. Garcia, to deal with allegations that have been made. As you know, we're here trying a charge against accused persons. It does not mean that the accused persons have all the time in the world to respond to every allegation made in the indictment. The same thing applies here. We have to take these things in context, and there's some main issues to be dealt with, and you will deal with any allegations that have been made against the OTP with due professionalism to dealing with the charges and not necessarily exonerating the OTP from every allegation that has been made in that regard. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. I'm saying that the main focus here is the relevance of the testimony to the charge for the chamber. So we will do that. So don't think you have all the time in the world to dwell on all the allegations and the different angles to it.
I can simply assure the chamber that what I'm interested in is not exonerating the OTP. What I'm interested in is the determination of the truth in regards to this witness and why he's recanting on his previous statement to the prosecution.
Yes, the last, we do not want to spend as much time with this witness as we did with the last one. We can indicate that was far too long, but we have to, everyone, prosecution, defense, we need to revisit the areas we want to canvass with witnesses of this sort. What I mean, the subpoenaed witnesses, and also the necessity, the real necessity of questions being asked on that basis. Can you continue, Mr. Garcia?
Certainly, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, if we could show the witness document KenOTP 00840236.
The first page of this document is presented to the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, this is the cover page of your statement. Can you tell us whether this is, and we're going to go through the pages actually one by one, and I just want you to look at the pages and tell us if this is indeed the typewritten statement that was presented to you by the OTP when you met them in the month of November 2012. So I'd like you to look at page 0237 right now.
The 0237 is presented to the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'd ask you to look at the bottom right-hand corner of the page. Are your initials, did you initialize this, did you put your initials on this page?
I did not get what you're asking.
I'd ask you to look at the bottom right-hand corner of this page, 0237. Are those your initials that we see at the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, are you able to tell us whether the statement that you claim to have received from the OTP during the month of November 2012, did you proceed to put your initials on each and every one of the pages of the statement? Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And why did you put your initials on the bottom right-hand of each page?
I was told to put it down there.
I'd ask you to, we're going to just go through the pages. I'd ask you to look at page 0238 now.
0238 is in front of the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, those are your initials at the bottom right-hand corner of the page, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, in regards to this statement that you claim that the OTP gave you during the month of November 2012, what information did you put in the statement?
The statement I put it was the background.
All right, so I see here that on this page 0238 there's a title and it says background, and it goes from paragraphs 14 to 22 on the next page, 0239. Now, is that information that was provided by you, or is that information that was already on the statement?
The only paragraph that I provided is the first paragraph under background.
When you say the first paragraph, which paragraph is that?
Number 14 only.
All right. What about paragraph 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22? Did you provide those paragraphs to the prosecution?
Take your time, witness, and look at those. You've said you provided paragraph 14. Can you look at paragraph 15 and see whether you also provided that?
Yes, Your Honor, I provided also number 15.
Now, what about paragraph 16? Take a look at paragraph 16 and tell us if you provided the information in there or not.
I did not provide paragraph 16.
It says in paragraph 16 that you were supposed...
We are in open session, is it okay?
I can come back on this, Your Honor. Paragraph 17, Mr. Witness, take a look at it and tell us whether that information was provided by you or whether it was already on the statement.
I did not provide also the statement, but there are some elements inside that I gave.
All right, let's go into private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Witness return paragraph 17. Now, Mr. Garcia will take you through the rest and ask paragraph by paragraph, one at a time, whether those were information you provided.
Now, Mr. Witness, we're at paragraph 18, and it's page 0239. And I'd ask you to look at the first sentence, and it says, in 2000, in terms of income...
We're in open session, you know that.
I do realize that, Your Honor, and I'll stop when I believe that there is identifying information, and I'll have the witness just read it for himself and confirm whether or not the first sentence or that sentence is correct or not. We can move from there. Now, Mr. Witness, the sentence starts out, in terms of income, this is paragraph 18, in 2010, I received an allowance, and it continues on. Now, look at that first sentence. It's 3 lines. And tell us whether you provided the information in that first sentence to the OTP or not.
I did not provide the information.
Now, we understand that you didn't provide it to the OTP, but is the information contained in that first sentence, is it true or is it false?
Part of it is true, but the other side is not true.
What about the last sentence? See, that says, I do not receive. That begins with that. Can you read that sentence also? All of it?
That is the part. It's true.
So, just for the record, the second sentence, the one that starts, I do not receive any, and it goes on and it finishes 1 line later, is that information did you provide that information to the OTP or not?
The information I provided is where it starts from. I do not receive any compensation to the end of that sentence.
All right. So just for the record, you provided that to the OTP. Is the information in that last sentence, is it true or false?
It's true.
Your Honor, I can continue with the next paragraphs, and I can come back, obviously, in private session to deal with the first sentence in paragraph 18.
Yes.
Now, same exercise, Mr. Witness, paragraph 19. Look at the first sentence. It starts with, I worked as a, and it finishes with backgrounds. Now, actually, hold on. I worked, and it finishes with wasin. It finishes with county. Can you tell us whether you gave the information in that first sentence to the OTP or not?
I provided the first sentence where it starts from I worked to the county.
Second sentence, I'll not say what it starts with, the acronym that it starts with, but it finishes with backgrounds. Can you tell the court whether you provided the information in that second sentence or not to the OTP?
I did not provide that information.
Let's go back to private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
You do have your PIS, of course, to the extent that they also assist. So in asking questions.
Now, Mr. Witness, did you ever provide to the prosecution during your meeting with them, 8th to the 11th, 2012, did you ever provide them information about a meeting?
I never provided any information about a meeting.
Now look at your PIS document, page 2, and I'd like to know whether you ever provided to the OTP during that meeting, 8 to 11, any information regarding a meeting that was held on the 27th of November at location number 4.
I did not provide.
Now, Mr. Witness, do you have any recollection of any meeting having occurred on the 27th of November at location number 4?
No, I don't have.
Now, Mr. Witness, going on to page 0241, if that can be shown to the witness.
Page 0241 is presented to the witness.
Now, there's a title at the top of that page. There's a meeting with a certain date and year. And there are paragraphs 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 that follow. Now, can you tell us, did you ever provide the OTP during that meeting, the month of, in 2012, with the information about a meeting on that date?
No, Your Honor.
So the information that we see in those paragraphs does not come from you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, it's entirely a matter for my friend, but it's of a concern to me in any event that the witness is being asked about a general position without being given the proper opportunity of reading those paragraphs, or the previous ones for that matter, that is on the 27th November meeting. I'd submit he doesn't have a copy of the paper copy. There's been expressions of concern voiced by his advocate there in representing him. There's been concern voiced by this particular witness as well. He's not my witness, but it's perhaps a matter of fairness. If the friend's going to put these matters as a generality, and it may very well come to the very same conclusion and answer, the witness should be given the opportunity of taking his time and reading each of those paragraphs so that he knows the nature of the matters that he's being asked, because otherwise we only have to probably come back to them and replough this area, which I think could be usefully avoided. It's just a matter of a few minutes for him to look at them and satisfy himself before he answers the question. With respect.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, I am going about it in a fair manner. I'm asking the question to the witness whether he's provided information on different topics. Now, the paragraphs that follow deal with that specific topic. The witness says he's never provided information and he has no recollection of that. I don't see the need to go through each and every paragraph, especially in light of the fact that obviously there are time restraints and constraints, and If the defense has any issue with any of these paragraphs, they can obviously come back in cross-examination and ask the witness questions. I want to determine at this point in an efficient manner what is the information he provided to the OTP and what did he not provide to the OTP.
Indeed, the approach prosecution counsel is taking is not unfair to the witness. If the question could be put to the witness, do you recall meeting on a certain date? Do you recall a meeting at a certain place? Do you recall a meeting at a certain place on a certain date? And if the witness doesn't, that's usually how these things work, as I understand it. It's been done. If there's a need to go back and refresh a witness's memory to try and do that, then that will be done eventually. The problem occurs if we move off stage without doing that, of refreshing the witness's memory, if that's the problem. Well, the witness says absolutely no, there's no need to refresh my memory, nothing of the sort ever happened, then we'll take it from there. But in the meantime, the fairness hasn't occurred. I note that during the last exercise, Mr. Ken offered for the witness to be taken first to the statement line by line, and we did it that way too. That was not wrong, in my view, but to have done it the way the OTP is doing it now is also not wrong, as long as we don't shut down the exercise and say, the witness did this or that, that's wrong, understand. Let's proceed. Mr. Garcia, of course, a lot of issue had been made about having to use electronic methods to read documents, and the Chamber's observation in that regard, that's not unreasonable in this day and age. If all the stuff we read on the internet is printed off, then there would not be enough papers to do that. But the point is, to, when the time comes, allow the witness, when the time comes for you to do that, to read the material on screen for now, before we move on. And perhaps in light of the discussions that have been had, it might be, again, necessary to, during the break, allow the witness access to read this statement once more, so that when we come back, we don't go back to arguing about this thing interminably, whether or not the witness has had enough time to look at the material.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay.
For the record, Mr. President, on our part, we have no objection to having the witness assisted by having the statement read out to him.
So if you want to deal first with the general subject and then come back in by way of the usual manner of questions on the subject and topic, and we get an answer from the witness, see if it's necessary to take the witness through the statement subsequently, there's nothing wrong with doing that quickly, and then we'll come back and take other things. But try and focus, please, so that we can move efficiently on this thing. With areas that are really critical to your case, you think taking the witness through the entire statement or statements, either more than one, is the way to go. You need to rethink that. You get my point, of course.
Certainly, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Witness, just so it can be clear on the record, if you look at the top of page 00840241, there's a meeting on a certain date. Just so that it can be clear, did you ever provide the OTP with any information in regard to that meeting, or a meeting on that date?
No, Your Honor. I did not provide any information to do with meetings.
I just want to confirm something additional. If you look at paragraph 31, that's the first paragraph before the title, meeting. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now you look at the second sentence, it starts with the name of a person. That's number 5 on the PIS. And it says, the name of the person told me about this meeting. And it continues on. And it mentions a village. Is that information that you provided to the OTP or not?
Not, Your Honor.
Now, to your recollection today, Mr. Witness, did any such meeting occur on that date in the place that is mentioned on the second sentence?
I never heard of any meeting, Your Honor.
Just to be clear, so you never heard of any meeting occurring on the date that is mentioned at the top and in the village that is mentioned on the second sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, let's take it to page 0242.
The page is shown to the witness.
Now, it says here, the title of this, right under paragraph 36, is Rally 23rd of December 2007. Do you see that?
I see, Your Honor.
Well, did you ever attend a rally on the 23rd of December 2007 at Kipchoge Stadium in Eldoret?
No, Your Honor.
Did you ever provide this information to the OTP?
No, Your Honor.
Now, I'd like you to look at that paragraph 37, 6 lines down, and the sentence starts, quote, I also felt that as, and it continues. Do you see that sentence in particular?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, that first sentence, did you ever give that information or provide that information to the OTP when you met them?
No, Your Honor.
Second sentence starts, while at the stadium, and then it continues on, and it says, and it finishes, be kept in a safe place. Now, in that sentence, the information, did you provide that to the OTP?
No, Your Honor.
In the last sentence of that paragraph, it says, as part of my, it starts out by as part of my, and it ends with possession. Did you ever provide that information to the OTP?
No, Your Honor.
Is the information in that last sentence true or false?
False, Your Honor.
I'd like us to move on to page 8, 0243 of your statement.
Page 0243 is presented to the witness.
Now, it reads, meeting at Ruto's Sugoi home, 23rd of December 2007. Do you see that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, on the 23rd of December 2007, Mr. Witness, did you ever attend a meeting at Mr. Ruto's house in Sugoi?
No, Your Honor.
Did you ever provide such information to the prosecution?
Your Honor.
Witness, maybe you should ask a question. It's the guest here instead of meeting. Can you use the word gathering?
Yes, Mr. Witness, I'm using the word meeting as it's used here, but did you attend any gathering at Mr. Ruto's house in Sugoi on the 23rd of December, 2007?
No, Your Honor.
Well, have you attended a meeting or a gathering at Mr. Ruto's Sugoi home at any point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Now, the next page, 0244, reads, and the title in the middle of the page is 26th of December, 2007, Brookside. Now, Mr. Witness, were you ever at Brookside Dairy in Eldoret on the 26th of December, 2007?
Repeat your question, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, on the 26th of December, 2007, were you or not at Brookside Dairy in Eldoret?
No, Your Honor. I was at home.
I'd like you to look at paragraph 53 on page 0245, Mr. Witness. Now, I'd like you to look at the second sentence. It starts, on the way to Brookside, and it continues, I saw two, I'll not read out the rest, and it finishes with crowd. Do you read that sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, is that information you provided or not to the OTP?
I did not provide, Your Honor.
Now, to your knowledge, did you hear about two such people being at the Brookside Dairy, trying to calm the crowd?
No, Your Honor. I was at home.
I'd like you to look at page 50 at, paragraph 50 at page 0244, Mr. Witness.
Paragraph 50 is before the witness.
I'd like you to look at the third sentence, and it reads, quote, while at, and I'll not name the place. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, can you read that sentence until the word morning, where it finishes? Now, did you ever provide that information to the OTP when you met them?
No, Your Honor.
Now, look at the next sentence, Mr. Witness. I'll not repeat it. It ends with Eldoret. Can you read that sentence? Is that information that you provided to the OTP or not?
No, Your Honor.
Is that information true or false?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Well, the question is simple, actually. The question is if that person with the name that you see there told you to come back to a certain place. Did that occur?
No, Your Honor. I was at home.
Just to be clear on this matter, were you at home the whole day or just a part of the day, 26?
The whole day, Your Honor.
When did you finally step out of the house?
Within my compound, Your Honor.
But when finally did you step outside of your house outside of your compound?
After the elections.
Just to be clear, is it after the voting of the elections or after the election results were announced?
After the announcement of the results of election.
So you stayed in your house from the, just so I understand it, from the 26th of December till the 30th of December after 4 or 5 p.m. Is that your testimony?
Repeat your question, Your Honor.
Just so we can have it clear on the record, Mr. Witness, is it your testimony that you stayed inside your house or inside the compound of your house from the 26th of December to the 30th of December?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Witness, did you not state before that you went to vote on the 27th of December?
It was only voting and back to my house, Your Honor.
So you did step out, Mr. Witness, outside of your compound between the 26th and 30th of December?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's look at paragraph 50 and sentence number 7. It says, it starts, I learned from the name of the person, and ends with as well. Can you read that sentence yourself? Now, did you provide that information to the OTP?
I did not provide the information, Your Honor.
Was the information true or not?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Well, did you or did you not learn from this person that the same instruction was given at other locations?
I was at home, Your Honor. I could not learn anything about this.
The last sentence starts with, I left certain place, and it says, and returned home at around 6:30 p.m. Did you provide this information to the OTP?
No, Your Honor.
I'd like you to look at paragraph 52. It says, I then left my house and went to a certain place at about 8:30 a.m. Did you provide this information to the OTP?
No, Your Honor.
Is this information true or false?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Second sentence starts, quote, when I got there, I saw the name of 4 individuals had organized vehicles. And it ends with Eldoret. And did you provide that specific information to the OTP?
No, Your Honor.
Is that information true or false?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Well, did you ever hear about these individuals providing or organizing vehicles?
I never heard about such information, Your Honor.
But the names that are mentioned there, those are people that you are familiar with. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor. I don't know them.
You don't know all 4 of them or just some of them?
All of them.
So let's start with the first one that's mentioned. I'll not say the name, obviously, but you said, when I got there, I saw, and the name of the person. Is this the first time here today in court that you hear this name?
Repeat your question, Your Honor.
It says in the second sentence, paragraph 52, when I got there, I saw, and the name of a person. This first person. The question I'm asking you, is this the first time that you've ever heard this name here in court today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now the second name, is this the first time today in court that you ever hear this name?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about the third name? Is this the first time today here in court that you hear this name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fourth name, same question. Is this the first time that you ever hear this name today in court?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you never knew these people, you never heard of these names while you were living before in the location you were living, the region you were living. Is that your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd like you to go to page 0246.
Page 0246 is presented to the witness.
Mr. Garcia, we will leave it there. Come back at 2:30. In the meantime, the statement or statements is or are to be made available to the witness during break, and Mr. Njuguna as well to review once more. Court will rise.
All rise.
All rise. We will obey. Please be seated. We have a swear.
Thank you very much, and welcome back, everyone. Witness, welcome back from Nairobi. I understand that arrangements have now been made, and you were provided with a hard copy of your statement. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor. I was provided with the statements on screen.
What is the white paper I see on the table?
It's just blank paper, Your Honor.
All right, so he was not provided with a hard copy of his statement.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go into private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Now, I'd like the court officer to display to the witness page 00840245, please.
Mr. Garcia, page 0245 is in front of the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, when we left off before the lunch break, we were going through different titles, different sections of this 17-page statement, and I was asking you certain questions. I'm going to go through that same exercise once again with the remaining portions of this statement. Now, if you look at this page, at the bottom half, there's a title, and it says 27th to 29th of December 2007. And I'm referring to paragraph 57. Now, paragraph 57 reads, on 27th December, I woke up early the next day and went to, and it says the name of a voting station. And that voting station is on your PIS document at number 1 and number 2, actually, of the locations. Now, can you tell us whether you did give or not, or did you or not provide that information to the OTP?
I did not provide any information to the OTP.
Let me ask you the question. Let me ask you this question. On the 27th of December, did you or did you not go to the voting station that's indicated to cast your vote?
I went to the station to vote, but I never provided the information to the OTP.
Now, do you have any idea, Mr. Witness, on how the OTP would have known that information?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Now, it continues, it was very silent. Is that information that you provided to the OTP?
I never provided any information about voting day to the OTP.
Now, if we go to paragraph 58, it says the day after election, I was at a certain place. Do you see that sentence? Is that information that you provided to the OTP or not?
Which information are you talking about, Your Honor?
No, just for the record, I noticed that counsel for the witness, I'm not sure if he is speaking with the witness or he's saying something to the witness. Difficult for me to notice.
Mr. Garcia, the counsel is not saying anything to the witness.
Thank you, court officer. Now, witness, I'm speaking about paragraph 58, bottom of page 0245. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, Your Honor, I see.
I'm referring to the first sentence. It says, the day after the election, I was at, and I'm not going to say the place. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, my question is, did you provide the information in that first sentence to the OTP or not?
Not, Your Honor.
Is the information in that first statement, in that first sentence, true or false?
I don't know, Your Honor, because I never provided such an information.
I understand, Mr. Witness, that you didn't provide that information, but the question I'm asking you is whether on the 28th of December, the day after the election, were you at the place that's indicated in the first sentence?
No, Your Honor, I was at home.
Now I'd like to go to page 0246.
We are on page 0246.
Now, Mr. Witness, there's a title at the top of the page. It's 30 December 2007. Do you see that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, paragraph 60 says, and I quote, on 30th of December, I saw Ruto on TV at the KICC telling Kivutu not to release the results, and Kivutu refused. Now, that first sentence, the information that is in that first sentence, did you or did you not provide it to the OTP?
I never provided to the OTP.
Now, did you provide, were you indeed looking at the KICC, looking at the TV station, looking at what was going on at the KICC during the results, during the release of the results?
At my home, I don't have a TV.
Let's go to paragraph 61, Mr. Witness. It says, and I quote, immediately after the announcement, the name of a person convened a meeting. Now I'll let you read that sentence, and I'll ask you whether this is or not information that you provided to the OTP when you met with them.
I did not provide such an information.
Now, do you know whether this was indeed true or false? Did the person, name of which I'll not mention, did this person convene a meeting after the announcement of the election results?
I don't know the person, Your Honor. Neither I don't know the meetings.
Was there a meeting in this place immediately after the announcement of the results?
I don't know whether there was a meeting away from my home, but within my home, I never saw any meeting.
Now the next sentence, quote, says, this person said, yeah, I've heard the results, you know it was stolen. We have to make sure that the Kikuyu are not here. Did you or did you not provide that information to the OTP?
I did not provide, Your Honor.
Now, to your knowledge, Mr. Witness, did you ever hear that being said by anyone after the announcement of the election results?
No, Your Honor, I never heard anyone saying.
Now, I'd like you to go down in the same paragraph 61, line 7, and it starts with, at 5:30 p.m. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I'd like you to read that sentence. It finishes with near the center. Now, did you or did you not provide the OTP with the information that's in that sentence?
I did not provide the information, Your Honor.
Now, to your knowledge, is this true or false?
I don't know, Your Honor.
The next sentence reads, and I quote, this meeting was held on the farm of, name of a person, who is a different man who I mentioned earlier. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, is this information that you provided to the OTP or not?
Not, Your Honor.
And today, can you tell us whether you ever heard about a meeting being held on the farm of this person at that time?
I never heard of any meeting held.
I'd like you to go to paragraph 63 of that same page, Mr. Witness. First sentence reads, the chairman was, and it's number 9 on your PIS sheet, was the chair of all the meetings at a certain place. Now, can you tell the court whether this is information that you provided to the OTP or not when you met them?
Not, Your Honor.
Now, the name of this person, I'll not say it in public, but had you ever...
Wait 1 second, please. All right, there's a repetition 20 and 21. I think 21, line 21 was what the witness actually said. Isn't it? And not 20.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes. So there's line 21, not, Your Honor, was what I heard the witness say. So continue, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, the name of that of the person that we see at paragraph 63, and you can find the name of that person at number 9 under the title of individuals in your PIS document. Do you know who this person is?
No, Your Honor.
Have you ever heard of this person before today?
No, Your Honor.
Now, the next sentence reads, and it's another name.
we normally trained.
Second sentence is, however, the youth needed training as bows and arrows are not used every day. Is this information that you provided to the OTP or not?
Not, Your Honor.
Is it correct or is it true that the youth did need training?
I don't know, Your Honor, because I've never been there for the training.
It says, in my family, third sentence, in my family I went through the ritual and my children went through the ritual. Is this information that you provided to the OTP or not?
No, Your Honor.
Is the information correct? Did you indeed go through the children and your children as well? Through the ritual and your children as well?
It's only me who has undergone the ritual, but not my children.
Paragraph 67, Mr. Witness. Once again, it refers to person number 9. It says, person number 9 put 2 men with military training in charge of the training the youth. Is this information that you provided to the OTP or not?
Not, Your Honor.
Second sentence says the 2 men are, it gives the name of one person, an ex-soldier, and another person, a soldier. Is this information you provided to the OTP or not?
Not, Your Honor.
Now, in reference to this first person, first name, right after the 2 men are the first name, is this someone that you recognize? Is this someone that you're familiar with?
No, Your Honor.
Is it the first time today in this court that you hear about this person's name? Hear this person's name?
Yes, Your Honor.
So before today, you'd never heard this person's name?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about the second name? Were you familiar with this person's name at the time you gave the statement?
No, Your Honor.
Is it the first time today in this court that you hear this person's name?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd like you to go to the next page, page 0248, Mr. Witness.
Page 0248 is in front of the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'd like to direct your attention to 31st of December, 2007. Do you see that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now it says, I returned, the first sentence of paragraph 74 says that I returned to the meeting place at 6:30 a.m. Is that information you provided or not to the OTP when you met them?
Not, Your Honor.
So is that information true or false?
By then I was at home, Your Honor.
You were still at home on the 31st of December 2007?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Witness, when I asked you this question before and we were on the topic of how much time you spent at home, I believe you told the court that you were at home from the 26th to the 30th after the announcement of the election results. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So did you go out after the election results and then go back home on the 31st? Is that your position?
It was just going to get something in the shop and then back home.
All right. Well, did you hear of a meeting occurring on the 31st of December 2007 in your region?
No, Your Honor.
A meeting involving about 300 or 400 people. Did you hear anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
If we look at the second sentence on paragraph 74, I quote, it says, I went back by myself, point. And then it continues, everybody that was there the day before was already there. Now, those two sentences, the information in those sentences, is that something you provided to the OTP or not?
Not, Your Honor.
Now, if we look at the fourth sentence of paragraph 74, its person starts out with person number 9, told the village elders to find out who is missing from the group. Did you ever give that information to the OTP when you met them?
No, Your Honor.
The next sentence says, the elders did so and gave out the names to person number 9. Did you ever report that information to the OTP?
No, Your Honor.
Next sentence says, immediately after the names are given, youth were sent to go and get anybody who was missing. Did you ever give that information to the OTP?
No, Your Honor.
And the last sentence says, anybody who was missing was considered to be a traitor or a PNU supporter. Do you ever remember having given that information to the OTP when you met them?
No, Your Honor.
I'd like to go in private session, Your Honor, for 5 minutes.
Private session.
We're on open session, Mr. President.
Now, Mr. Witness, paragraph 79, and it's concerning a
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Now, Mr. Witness. Now, Mr. Witness, did you attend any meeting on the 1st of January 2008? Any meeting or any gathering?
No, Your Honor.
What about on the 2nd of January 2008? Did you attend any meeting, any gathering?
I never attended any meeting or gathering.
Where did you spend the day on the 2nd of January 2008?
I was busy at home looking for my animals.
And on the 3rd of January 2008, where were you?
Still, I was at home.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'd like to clarify one matter before I go on now. If you look at page 0252 of your statement, do you see that page before you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, it contains a section that says witness acknowledgement. And it says, this statement has been read over to me in English language and is the true to the best of my knowledge and recollection. I have given this statement voluntarily. to write?
I can't remember exactly what I was told to write, but it was on the content that was given to me.
Just before we continue on that, when did that happen exactly? I understand that you read the statement, it took you 2 hours, went outside, made a phone call, came back in. You're not sure about when you signed the statement, I understand from your testimony now, but when did you write this handwritten? Do you remember that?
I don't clearly remember, Your Honor.
Well, the interview, Mr. Witness, lasted from the 8th to the 11th. That was 4 days. Was it on the first day, the second, the third, the fourth? Was it on the last day before you left?
During that time, Your Honor, I could not indicate what time are we doing what, because most of the time I was so much interested on the offers I was given. That's where I concentrated much on that.
Mr. Witness, my question is quite simple. I'm going to try and situate you even more. You say that on the second day you were presented with a statement and you had a chance to read it for 2 hours. Was it before?
I think, to be fair to the witness, he's made it so plain that he's unsure of the day.
One more time.
Mr. Witness, now I understand that on the second day you had a chance to read your statement for 2 hours. Now, did you write this handwritten material before reading the statement or after reading the statement? Are you able to answer that?
It was after the statement.
After reading the statement. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, did it happen hours? Did it happen minutes, hours, or a day after reading your statement that you wrote this handwritten material?
It took a lot of time writing.
Did anyone ask you to write?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, was it the, without mentioning names, was it the investigator or the lawyer? Who told you to write something handwritten?
Your Honor, among the two persons who are inside, I don't know who is the lawyer and who was the investigator, but one of them told me to write.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Witness, the lady was the lawyer and the man was the investigator. So which one of either of them? Was it the man or the lady who asked you to write the handwritten material?
The man.
And can you tell us, what did the man tell you to write?
To write about what I read in the statement, to look, it was written by me, because they wanted my handwriting.
So, Mr. Witness, just so we're clear on the record, the man, the investigator was there, told you to write down, handwritten, what you had read in your statement. The statement that we've been looking at all morning, all day actually.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that it? Did he tell you to write anything else?
No, Your Honor. It was only that statement.
So the investigator told you to write only what was in the statement that you had read. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you do as you were asked to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
And where did you write all this information down, handwritten?
Repeat your question, Your Honor.
Where did you write all this information down? The information that the investigator allegedly told you to write down, handwritten. Where did you put this information? Did you have something? Did you have paper? What did you write it on?
The information I wrote was just from the script that was already printed and shown to me to read it.
Now, I understand that, Mr. Witness, but what did you write? Where did you write this information? Did you have paper for that? Where did you write it?
I was given a notepad to write on it.
Who gave you the notepad?
The investigator.
So the notepad, just so we're correct and we're clear on the record, was not yours. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how much time did you take to write down all this handwritten material, all this handwritten?
It's quite a long time. I can't remember how long it was, but I took some time.
Well, do you remember if it was a question of hours? Did it take you a day? Can you give us an estimate on that?
About hours.
And do you recall, Mr. Witness, where this happened? Were you in a particular place without naming the location? Were you writing this, or was that in the same place where you met the investigator and the lawyer?
Repeat your question, Your Honor.
Now, when you were writing all these things on the notepad that was given to you, was this in the presence of the investigator and the lawyer?
Yeah, it was in presence of the investigator.
Now, I'd like document 0084 0256 to be shown to the witness.
What tab, if it is in your bundle?
Tab 9, sorry about that, indeed.
Document Ken OTP 0084 0256 is presented to the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, you see the first page of what seems to be a notepad. We have it here in the courtroom as well. Is that indeed your handwriting?
Yes, Your Honor. It's my handwriting.
And if you look at page 0256 and examine the content briefly, is this the information that you wrote down at the time?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the information I wrote down.
I'd like to go to page 0257.
I take it this is all inside the courtroom. It is confidential? Okay.
It is. Page 0257, Mr. Witness. Do you see that before you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, just examine the information. Is that also information that you wrote down at the time? Now, Mr. Witness, that is your handwriting, I understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And from the brief examination that you've done of the content, that is, the information that you wrote down, time that according to your version of events you wrote it for the OTP, is that correct?
I wrote this information there, Your Honor, during that day when I met OTB.
Now let's look at page 0258. It's the next page. Is that your handwriting again? 0258.
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0259, the next page. Is that once again your handwriting?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0260, is that your handwriting?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next page, 0261. Is that your handwriting as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0262. Is that your handwriting?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0263. Is that your handwriting?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0264. I see just one thing written at the top left-hand corner. Says 25th. Is that your handwriting?
It's not clear in my script, Your Honor.
Let's move on to the next page. Page 0265. Is that your handwriting that we see on that page, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0266. Is that your handwriting we see on that page?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0267. Is that your handwriting we see on that page?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0268. I see there are two words on that page. Is that your handwriting as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 0269. Is that your handwriting as well, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
And finally, the last page, 0270, which seems to be the cover. Is that your handwriting with numbers? Some of them seem to be crossed out.
No, Your Honor.
Let's look at page 0269, Mr. Witness. What's that information that's found on that page?
Mr. Garcia, 1 second, please.
The discussion that's happening with the court officer centers around what appears on the screen. It's blacked out what appears on my own screen. I do not know if that's the same for everyone in the courtroom. Defense counsel, do you have unredacted version? You have unredacted version. And prosecution?
Unredacted as well.
On your screen?
Yes.
But my screen has redacted version, but I have the bundle unredacted. So we want to make sure that, Ms. Tumai, that what is being shown to the witness on location has an unredacted version. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. President, we have the unredacted version.
All right. So we can continue.
Yes,
it looks like I was the only one who, or the judges.
Actually, Your Honor, no. I noticed that my colleague was looking in Ringtail, and that's why the unredacted. But indeed, now we have an unredacted version.
Yes, now we do. Okay, good. But it does. The defense counsel had unredacted, and I'm sure if they had redacted, they would have raised the matter. So they had the unredacted, and Ms. Tumai said that the witness also had unredacted. So that's now cleared up.
Now, Mr. Witness, I've asked you, what do you see on that page 0269? What's that information that we see there?
The registration.
Can we go into private session, Your Honor?
A private session.